Alrighty then. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Booyah. Is the stream running? It looks like it is. Yes. The stream is online. Okay. So let's do a couple of things. We want to go do our Viswax. We want to go do our woad leaves. And we want to do our buying of the runes. So let's go do the things. Yeah, collect that honey. Yo, what's up, Grizz? Doing awesome today, dude. Fucking awesome. How are you today? Get anything exciting done in the world of RuneScape today? Plans for today are going to be pretty simple. We've been being a bum about trying to get this 99. So I got to get 7.5 mil in the next, like, week. And then I've got to do enough more attack to get the shards for my inverted cape. So if I really want that this year, I can't do anything other than kill shit. So we're going to go punk the Flesh Hatcher a bunch of times. And yeah, that should be good enough. I figure I get about 10k, so that would be 740 kills. In order to get all the XP I need, which means at least 100 kills a day. It only takes me 2 minutes to do a run. So 200 minutes a day. Yeah, we can do that. But I'll actually be right back. I woke up a little late and was in a rush to get the stream started. And I gotta take the Browns to the Super Bowl. Alright, we're back. Magpie impling. Oh, can't get it. You just gotta tell your work grizz that as a point of mental health, you need either access to your phone or a second monitor for RuneScape while working. Also, what's up, Felix? How are you? Yeah, I've gotten some of that stuff done. I'm up to chickens, and I've got some chickens just sitting. I really like the personally owned farm. I think it's super cool. And I really want to do some more of it. But I don't know, it's another one of those things that I got to come back and forth to. Once I get up to where I can get goats, and I can do this a little more as a daily, then I'll probably be more active about it. But I really want to get the one over in whatchamacallit. Anachronia. I want to raise like some dinosaurs and shit. Give me some dragons. Who doesn't want to raise a dragon? Alright, I think I got everything in all of those. Past 2 farming levels. That's nice. Now, let's go get our Viswax, I guess. Oh, I can go dragons here? Oh, that's cool. I thought I had to go to the one on Anachronia for the dragons. That's super dope. I'll be raising all the dragons, let me tell you. Alright, we want to put these ones that I have a shitload of in here. Alright, none of those are right. What if we did like that, that, and that? Hey, 57. I kind of feel like it's worth it though. Just because I have so many of the ones that I've got up there. Yeah, let's just go ahead and take the 57 Viswax, that's fine. Alrighty. Oh, I just want to do it on my own. I think it's fun. I think it's fun to try and figure it out every day. All right, we got those, and then we just got to go down to Port Sarum and go get these other ones. And then that'll be everything we need for our dailies. At least for the dailies we've elected to do. All right. Oh, right. The other place I want to go is Edgeville. I don't actually care about this one. Maybe I'll keep doing all three of these, though. Yo, what's up, Ian? How are you doing today? Doing fantastic. Ready to get some more of this freaking XP. Maybe get this god bow. Wondering how long it'll take us to get you doing King's Ransom quest. A long time. A long, long time. At least until the end of the month. Because I've got to get my 99 attack. Can't get distracted from 99 attack anymore. All right. Let's get back in here and get my Varric. Little mall. And then we go beat the shit out of this dude. Put this way over here. Then move it right here. Okay. Dope. Did I get a new Reaper? No, I did finally finish up my Slayer task, though. Kriara is just a little bit of a pain in the ass to kill for me. Something really funny happened last night, though. I was doing some more Barrows Brothers kills. And those motherfuckers gave me the offhand crossbow. So I now have every Kirill item other than the crossbow I want. And I'm pretty fucking annoyed about it. Oh, we want to go in here. We want to look at this. I want to double this timer. Let's go ahead and give that an extra hour. And then we'll activate that. Nice. We'll go to a private encounter and we'll get started. Yeah, my problem is I gotta go kill Kriara. And I'm having trouble trying to kill that biatch. Whoops. Yeah, I guess I could do that. It just feels like such a failure to cancel the task, but I guess I've already failed the task. Canceling it doesn't really change that. Bank all that shiznit. Alright, we'll get this done. And then we can go right in here. We can go for Reaper. Nope. Where's my stupid ass crystal? There it is. Whoops. I didn't realize you could wear the crystal. That's crazy. I would be patient with you once, with no penalty. Do you wish to assign a new creature? Yep. 3 souls from the following battle, the giant mole. Like a different assignment. That's fine. Chaos Elemental. Maybe something different. Yeah, Flesh Hatcher. Dope. And we go in. And we kill this nerd. I got my speed record for this kill down to like 1 minute 6 seconds last night. Using this dark magic aura and just getting lucky on some RNG. So our kill times are pretty quick when we have our dark magic aura. We'll probably kill this boss. We'll see how many kills we can get in the 2-hour dark magic aura. And then once we kind of have an idea of what we can do and how many kills we can get, then maybe we'll do some other stuff while we wait for the dark magic ore to come back. Because it really shouldn't take all that much. We should be able to get about 30 kills an hour. Which would mean, because it takes a little over a minute to kill them. And then it takes, you know, a couple of seconds to fill up all my stuff and go back out there. So I figure 2 minutes a kill. So 30 kills an hour if we're being like super focused about it. We can do that for 2 hours with our dark magic aura. And then go ahead and... Oh, I don't think I filled up. Oh no, I did. Okay. But then we'll go ahead and like do something else for a few hours while we regen our dark magic aura. And then we'll do 1 hour of the Flesh Hatcher at the end. And that'll give us everything we need. I was gonna just kill the Flesh Hatcher on my own time, but because there's a 1 in a million chance of getting that crazy bow, I don't want to accidentally like maybe get it and not have it on recording on the stream. That would be super sad. I would cry my little eyes out. But I figure if we can get 100 kills a day here, that'll give us the 700-ish kills we need. Plus anything else that we do for a little bit of attack XP. I found out yesterday, as I was doing a little bit of research, that I can porter dragon skins. So there might be something there to help level my crafting. I don't really know. But then I could get, you know, dragon bones to go with my dragon skins. And that'd be nice. I don't know. Hey, another dragon longsword. I have 11 dragon longswords now. I am getting so many dragon longswords. It's kind of phenomenal. I love me a good dragon longsword. I also think that I might put this other defensive prayer back on to this set of prayers here. I think I have enough enough prayer juice that I could probably do that. Because I only think I'm going through, yeah, I mean a little more than half, maybe, of my prayer. And this other defensive prayer won't use up that much. But hopefully it should give me some additional stuffs. Save me a little bit of HP. Which we definitely want. Nice. And we're getting so many gold stone spirits, which is gonna be huge for making all of our porters. So let's go back into the prayer. Let's go back into these. We go back down to melee. We go ahead and put steel skin on there. Nice. I tell you what, I really, really love prayers. But I'm the kind of person who likes to find ways to maintain my resources You know, I'm a big fan of like leech and stuff like that. And so until I find a way to really permanently maintain my prayer, I'm gonna have a hard time allowing myself to use the prayers. It's great in this particular situation because we're going back to base every time and just hitting that refill button. But I would love to go down into like God Wars Dungeon 1 with Acrase's gear and just nuke everything with AoE and maintain a ton of prayer and do that way. I think that'd be super fun. Yeah, but it looks like I'm gonna be able to finish here with my prayer. This also might end up being better. So the way things are right now, when I finish this boss fight, I have to turn off my prayer before I go hit the prayer crystal, or I'll keep it on and eventually run out. But this one is actually going to run itself all the way down. Which I like, because now it just automatically turns itself off, and I just have to remember to turn it on every time the boss attacks me. Which, I mean, it's not a huge deal to need to turn it off. I can do that. I have been doing that. It's not really that much of a problem. But eliminating one more potential point of failure is nice. A couple of times last night, I had to turn off my 2 attack prayers and just use my protection prayer because I had forgotten. And so I didn't have enough prayer to keep all of them up. But this way, because it's just auto-draining, we should be good. There's something to be said for I guess the word is tightness, right? When everything that you're doing is really tight and you don't have a lot of wiggle room for, you know, stuff outside of the timer that you're working on, then you can really nail down exactly how much you can do in a given time and exactly what your optimums and stuff like that are in a given time. And it feels really good. But I don't have to worry, you know, we're getting these kills in a really good timer. So we're not having to worry about the ad phase. We're not having to worry about a bunch of stuff. We're killing this thing so fast compared to what we were doing with the sword and board build. which is really nice. I couldn't even imagine if I had like Dirac going on right now instead of Varric. I would be destroying this dude. I will probably continue to kill Barrow's brothers on my off time to keep trying to get those items that I don't have. I only have 5 more items to get that I don't have already. Which is Dirac's weapon, the wand, Guthin's helm, the two-handed crossbow, and something from Torag. I don't know what, but something from Torag. And that's it. So 1 item from every gear set as well. Except for the one that I have the complete set for, which is Varric. That's kind of weird, honestly. That I'm missing 5 items, and I'm missing 1 item from 5 different bosses. That's actually really crazy. And you're dead. Just give me that good bow. You know you want to. You know you want to. Tolerances is the word I was looking for earlier. You want the fight to have really tight tolerances, meaning there's not a lot of wiggle room. That's what I was trying to say. Holy crap. My brain is fried. Booyah. Yeah, this is going real good, real smooth. I'm enjoying it. We've already gained a decent chunk of XP here. Oh, whoops. I fucked that up. I forget that the adrenaline is a channel. You only get like 25% of the time or whatever. So, this bow drop from Flesh Hatcher is a 1 in a million. And my goal is to kill the Flesh Hatcher less than 1,000 total times. Is going to give me the XP that I want. So, honestly, that's a little crazy. That means we're giving ourselves about a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting the bow. So it's extremely unlikely that we'll actually get it. I wonder if anybody's gotten it. Do you all know? Has anybody gotten the bow from the Flesh Hatcher? I mean, I assume they have. Because if it's a 1 in a million drop, we've surely collectively, as a group, killed the Flesh Hatcher probably even a couple of million times. So there's no reason to believe nobody's gotten it yet. But it is still maybe a possibility. Time to get murdered, eyeball dude. So ugly. A face not even a mother could love. You know, I'm actually a little bit confused here. My fastest time was made doing exactly what I'm doing right now with the Dark Magic Aura and my Infernal Puzzle Box and the Varric set. Whoops. So I'm actually a little confused as to why yeah, oh, a minute 13, okay. I thought it was a minute 6, but it must have been, I must have read a minute 16 and then taken 10 seconds off. But still, it's taking me 7 more seconds per kill right now, because I'm doing it in pretty consistently a minute 20. So I wonder what I was doing that saved me 7 seconds yesterday. Because that's actually kind of wild. I'm gonna try the big AoE slam, where he slams 3 times in the circle AoEs. I'm gonna try just eating the first one, because I've got all my prayers on. I'm sure I have enough extra HP that I can just take that in the face. And then maybe that'll save me a couple of seconds. I did the thing earlier without potions or anything. I'm sure if I brought like a super attack and super strength potion in here, I could even shave a couple more seconds off. Honestly, we might go ahead and do that just for grins. Just to see, I mean, if we could get it under a minute, that'd be pretty cool. We gotta do something to keep ourselves entertained. while we beat the crap out of this dude over and over again. Oh, I said I was gonna not run out of that. I'm so used to dodging this dude's attack that if I'm not like really paying attention, I forget. Just do it on autopilot. Yeah, we'll just stay and take this one. There we go. That took us 1 minute 16 seconds. Yeah, we can get this down a couple more seconds. For sure. Let's do super. We want a super attack and a super strength. Yeah. Let's get her done. Drink. Drink. All right. We're gonna eat that one right in the face. Nice. Now, if it starts in the back instead of on top of me, then that'll be like as fast as we can go. Okay, it started on top of me, so I had to run out there. But that'll even save me a second or two. Well, actually, probably more like 3 or 4 if I don't have to run out. So that time was 1 minute 19. So that was even worse than the last one, which is probably primarily RNG, right? There's a good 10 or so seconds worth of RNG and stuff in there, which is fine. We'll just keep going at this like this for a little while. And see if we can't get down below 1 minute 13. As we go here. Our health outcome gets much tighter if we take this big hit. We end up almost dead, like within a couple of thousand. Which is a little scary, because a little RNG on the boss's part, and we could get killed here. But that's fine. We're gonna deal with it. We're just gonna keep murking this fool like this anyway. Because we're only taking 2,300, and I normally finish with like 4K. So we've got about 1,700 hit points worth of wiggle room. I think our RNG is doing pretty good this time. Nice. It started back here, so this is like one of the fastest runs we can even get. Nice. Minute 16.8. Goodness. How did I ever get a minute 13? Where am I gonna shave off 3 seconds? Oh, whoops. I was so focused on whether or not I was going to kill the boss that I forgot to turn my prayers on. Goofy ass. That's too bad. That's going to be a pretty big setback. Oh no. Roro Raggy. What's up, Queso? How are you? A Seeker's Charm. Nice, nice. Very nice. Bop. Just over here using your build. Trying to get a better time. My speed record right now is a minute 13 seconds. So I've started trying to eat some of the attacks. So that I can shave a couple of seconds off by just taking the damage from a couple of these. So I've got a steel skin, prayer on. Try and hang on to a little more HP. Yeah, no, I think it's great. I think it's working really well. Possibly taking Sacrifice out might end up being okay, because that's a fairly weak attack. I'm gonna eat this attack too. Yeah, there we go. It does a little bit of a stun on me, so that might not actually help me do more damage. But who knows? Darn. Let's see, minute 18. Oh my gosh, that was even worse. Yeah, no, I think I can probably live without the health. So let's maybe just take that bad boy off of there. The other thing I'm thinking is I don't think the second Berserk is any good. So there might be something to throwing in another Threshold ability. To keep us from using Berserk. Even if it's fairly late in the rotation, I think a Quake might be good. Because it reduces the enemy's defense. But it just, so if I use that second Berserk, it sucks all of my adrenaline. And so I only get about 18 seconds of that second Berserk. And so the value of the Berserk, like the value of each adrenaline point, is pretty drastically reduced. Because I'm only getting a third of the Berserk, or whatever. But I think if I throw a Quake in there and eat some more of my adrenaline, then maybe I can work a little something, get a little speed, a little faster kill in there. I don't know. We're going to check it out right now. The defense reduction only increases accuracy. Doesn't increase damage at all. Oh, okay. Well, is my accuracy 100%? Let's find out. I haven't ever actually looked. It is. Okay. So that doesn't help. So instead, I should put Slaughter in there. Oops. We honestly maybe even need another Threshold ability in there. Yeah, because we're still hitting 100% adrenaline. And we're going to eat all of that adrenaline right now. And so this last 18 seconds or whatever of DPS, like I could be using these two abilities right now. But because I ate all of the adrenaline on Berserk, I have to wait. And I think that's holding off the end of the kill. I guess the other thing we could do is we could just put Berserk here, right? Because I'm just using it first thing. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just manual cast Berserk. You think? Whoops. Let's get... another super strength and another super attack. We don't necessarily need to use them on this one, but we'll use them on the next one. Boop, 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 boop. Whoops. I fucked that up real good. I mean, the hurricane might be all we need. That last 18 seconds, the guy doesn't have a lot of hit points. So... all right. Let's actually do the damn thing. Flurry requires 2 weapons, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm using a 2-hander weapon. We're gonna eat this. Damn. Minute 16 again. Yeah, I suppose it's possible. Well, almost absolutely. If I made myself a Bane offhand and came in dual wielding, I could probably definitely get a faster kill. Just because the Bane weapons are better. They're tier 80 instead of tier 70. That actually might be interesting to do. Let's go make a Bane offhand. Oh, is it? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Let's see. Bane, offhand, sword. I only have 7 Bane bars. Gross. Made some good progress in terms of levels. Got a few quests completed. Nice. Good job, Slate. Good job. Do I want to go gather Baneite? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. I know I literally just said that I have to stop getting... Oh, no. I've got my aura on. Nope. So we'll run this aura out this time. And then later... we'll go get some Baneite and make that longsword. So what I think I want to start doing is I want to start doing 2 hours using the dark magic aura of killing the flesh hatcher. And then we'll do 3 hours of something else. While we wait for cooldown, and then we'll do 1 hour of flesh hatcher again. And that should give us more than enough XP to get this all done. Whoops, I fucked it up again. Okay, we're gonna put that right back here. Because I don't think it's helping me to manual cast that. Been playing for 6 hours straight. Shall I play for 40 minutes more and then go sleep or take a break? I mean, I'm an absolute degenerate, Slate. I always vote play more video games. So, I'm a bad person to ask. Unless what you want is somebody telling you that it's okay to be a degenerate. Because I can be that person. 100%. When you do dual wield, you will replace Hurricane, Destroy, Slaughter with Fury, Cleave, Decimate. Decimation! Okay. And then I'll remove Smash, right? And there's a basic two-hander that can replace that as well. I gotta replace this Cleave and this Smash. Death Plateau. Yeah, I guess that's another thing, is I do like having another threshold ability in here. Honestly, I think that maybe I should even put 2 more threshold abilities in there. But I don't know that Slaughter is the best one. Or, I wonder if putting an ultimate in there. Maybe putting an ultimate in there and then casting it myself at the end, like right before Slaughter ends, just throwing down a big whammy. Let's see, forceful backhand, no. Massacre is a 2-hander. I just don't know that there are any more thresholds that I want to use. Or maybe that's it. Maybe what we want to do is we'll take Meteor, we'll put it on Q, and if within 30 seconds of Berserk I fill up on Adrenaline again, then I'll throw out Meteor, build back up, and throw out Berserk again, and see if that does anything. We'll see. We'll see. And honestly, if it ends up being good that way, we can auto cast the Meteor. We don't even need to manual cast it. The effect of Meteor makes it so that it crits. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. That's dope. I really should read the skills. Just one time. Just for grins. Now I think Slaughter might be getting in the way. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Queso. I think Slaughter is getting in the way now. I feel like we were on the right track there. And then Slaughter kind of pooched it for us. All right. Let's drink our potions again, because I think this is going to be the one right here. Under a minute 10. Here we come. I'm going to eat this attack. Because I definitely have. I want to see if it's going to stun me like the one slam does. It does not. Okay. Yeah, so eating that is totally worth. Damn. We got the bad spawn there because it spawned close first, so we had to go back. If we had been able to stay in the pocket there and attack, things might have gone okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we just keep running that, just like that. Until we hit all the proper RNG. The meteor strike is pushing off our final two our last assault and hurricane, and I don't think they're actually falling within the berserk window. Oh no, the berserk window is closed way earlier. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't really know if I love it either. It's weird to me that using an ultimate ability is actively reducing my DPS. Okay, well this is the RNG we were wanting. Yeah, it's stalling everything at the end there. I mean, that was so long. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be it. Well, that's fair. And then, like, if I had the cape, that meant that my ultimates only used, 60% of my adrenaline or whatever. Then instead of Meteor, I could use Overpower. Because Meteor is just an AoE. Well, I guess it lets me earn a little more adrenaline. But Overpower would only cost 60. Yeah. I don't really like slaughter. I wish there was... I mean, I guess I could get bloody tendrils. That'd probably help. Actually, this would almost for sure... What's this one? Pulverize. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it would be a good one. Okay. Well, I think I'm probably just in the best position I can be in my current build state. Without my cape, without bloody tendrils, without, you know, some additional support stuff. I think this is just about as fast as I can go. It was still fun to go through and look at all that stuff, though. Go give it a try, see how things changed, see what was a little different. Because we were still hitting about the same speeds as far as kill times. And so, because we know that our kill times are pretty close to the same, then we also know that we can, if we get more adrenaline gain, then our kill times will be faster. Honestly, had I eaten that other attack, this one might have been pretty close to my record there. We can do dig site today after we finish this. We'll go get Bainite to get our dual wield on. And then we'll do dig site as well. And then for that last hour, we'll push for some times. Whoops. I was changing up my sitting position there. I forgot that I'm supposed to dodge. Get them energies. Energy. Yeah, heaven forbid you had to walk 10 feet. That'd just be awful. What would you do? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dow. All right. This is the one right here. We're gonna beat our timer. We're gonna eat one of these attacks. Not this one. This next one we're gonna eat. So we'll gain a little more adrenaline. We'll do a little more damage. It's gonna take us real close to being dead by the end of this fight, but it'll be worth it. And then don't slam right on top of me. Slam back here the first time. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Boom. New record. Save 2.4 seconds. 1 minute, 11 seconds. Hey, and an offhand dragon longsword. Oh, it deposits them as you collect them. I didn't know that. Where'd you get that from? I want a memory dowser. Icon has. The Gate of Eldinis Skilling Boss. Okay. I actually really need to do that boss anyway. Just for grins. So... I mean, I'm sure I'll find it enjoyable, at least for a little while. I pretty much always enjoy new shit until I've done it so many times I stop enjoying it. So I'm sure I'll be really fine for the first little while. But that's a real good thing to have. Nice. It's a 480 drop rate. Your PB is 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Oh, that's not a problem for me. I mean, I've killed the Barrows brothers almost 700 times. It takes a long-ass time to kill those motherfuckers. I did my first 500 Barrows brothers kills without the teleport that allowed me to just go straight to the bosses. So I don't mind longer kills. And maybe that's just because I've never gotten really far in this game. And so I haven't done the 30-second kills or whatever. But I have no problem spending, 3 to 5 minutes. My first kill on this boss took me 12 minutes. Actually, like my first 10 kills on this boss took me 12 minutes. So, I don't mind. I can do a little bit of a longer kill. The gate is a 0 supply boss if you do it a slightly slower way, probably like 330 kill times. Yeah, I mean, as long as we'll have something to be working on optimizing. Fuck, I fucked that all the way up. We don't want to just be killing the boss. That can get a little boring. But if we're working on maximizing our resource use and maximizing some other stuff, we can have quite a bit of fun. It is my opinion that the fun doesn't necessarily come from the kills, but how you go about getting the kills. Fair bit of mechanics that you have the pleasure of dying to. Oh, hell yeah. I think that stuff is a good time. Especially... So there's a really fine line. It sucks to die to mechanics when there's no way to understand them. And that's something that modern MMOs are pretty bad about. Is that sometimes I just don't get it. This game so far hasn't had any mechanics that I can't figure out fairly simply. So I don't mind, dying and then seeing how the mechanic killed me and going, oh, that's how I get out of that. Yeah, I like puzzling that shit out. That's good stuff. That'll be fun. We'll have to do some of that. We're gonna get our level here, so we'll be up to level 99. Or 91, not 99. I need to gain about 1,000,000 XP here each day. I've already gained about 300 or 400k in about an hour and a half. So I will have to do quite a bit of stuff killing in the afternoons. But if I can hit 1,000,000 XP a day, we'll be good to go. I will probably... I've been looking for a way to maybe kill some dragons for some of that XP. Green dragons aren't really it. I only get a couple hundred from each of those kills. But I did find out that I can porter the skins, or the hides. So maybe... Yeah, I wasn't too worried about the shards. It sounded like they were pretty easy to get. We're gonna barely squeak it. It's gonna be close. But that's because we were kind of fucking off. So that's fine. In 8 more minutes, we can get our Reaper assignment again as well, which will be nice. Then we'll be reaping and rolling. Whoops. Hey, there it is. Level 91. We don't get anything extra from it. Oh my god. Deal 120 bonus damage? With a 52 melee damage bonus? That's outrageous. Nodon Spike Harness. What is this, a belt? A 100 odd thieving to obtain the AMZ? Okay. What slot does this go in? Your armor spikes gain 65%. It goes in the ammo slot. Gain 65% of your melee power armor damage bonus as bonus damage. Increase this bonus damage by 50% of melee power. Armor damage bonus if your life points are below 7,500. Oh, whatever, 60% of your max. Gosh. That's crazy. Too bad you can't use that with Duroc. I can use a Calfight Defender now? There's so much cool shit in this game. Hey, another Elder Shortbow. Spikes require 90 smithing to make? Oh, okay. Oh, you have to make spikes? I'll be right back. Okay, we back. I get distracted too easily. I'm over here like on a mission to gain as much XP as I possibly can. And my brain's like, oh, look at the kitty. So bad. Need to focus more. Mm-hmm. I have a feeling that I'm probably not really gonna need the Elder Rune stuff. We're getting strong, and I think a lot of what we're going to be using as far as weapons from here on out is mostly going to be boss gear. Right? Like there's going to be a good level 80, there's going to be a good level 90. And I don't think switching to like the Elder gear in between is necessarily going to be a good idea. Because it won't have, you know, special attacks or bonuses or anything like that. But would they make getting... I mean, once I have, like, the tier 80 gear, or even, honestly, I've got some good tier 70 gear. Would they be better than like a tier 80 with a good special attack? Even if you have something with a special attack versus something without? Or like, for example, my Varric has its bonus. And does additional damage. But Elder Rune doesn't have a special attack. Right? None of the stuff that you can just smith has special attacks. Is what I'm saying. I mean, you already know that weapon swapping for a single attack is too many buttons for me. I would way rather just do the attack and use the weapon that has the attack on it. I can't be pressing all those buttons. What are you, crazy? Look at all these buttons I don't press. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to get some God Swords. I actually got pieces of 2 of the War Priest sets last night. I went down, I was gonna go kill General Grador a bunch of times to get his bones for some prayer. And I was actually able to kill him quite a bit. fairly quickly. He's pretty easy. But it didn't end up working super great. But I did get one of the Bandos War Priest pieces and one of the, what you call them, asshole face Zamorak God War or God Priest sets, War Priest sets, whatever. Should try your luck with Vindicta for the Lance. Lance. Hey, welcome back, Queso. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't mind using the resources for the bosses if I need to, especially on like first kills and stuff. That's fine. But once I get to a point where I can kill the bosses without resources with my sword and shield, then I want to do that. I like saving resources as early and often as I can. Nice. And noted dragon bones. And that's something I really need. Yeah, that might be a path we take. Yeah, have a good night there, Slate. And good job getting all that stuff done. That's baller. Way to do it. We ain't got no choice. Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-da-da-dum. Bum ba dum bum bum bum. You know what we need to do? We need to get a new assignment. 11 souls from Rex Matriarchs. I'd like a different assignment. Five souls from the Chaos Elemental. Nope. 4 from the Calphite Queen. You said I can kill the Calphite Queen without... weapon swapping with this weapon, right? Tomorrow I'm going to do Priest in Peril, then start Recipe for Disaster, and also do Fairy Tale 1. Then to finish it off, I'm going to train Agility, and also get the Arty Cloak 1. Damn, dude. You are way more focused on, like, being task-oriented and stuff than I am. I just, like, go in there and do whatever the hell. Let me in. Look here, motherfucker. Okay, well, it looks like it's better just to kill those. Whatever. Yeah, but because I'm... iron. Potentially I won't get drops if somebody else comes in. And that would make me terra sad. Mega sad? Giga sad. Would make me one of those sads. I didn't expect to end up using this much food here. Oh, right. Prayer. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's only some of the hits seem to be going through. I don't know exactly what's going on. Because we got through the first phase super quick. It's the second phase that's causing a problem. Blue charms, blood runes. That was less than effective. Oh, Reaper Stone. Where are you, Reaper Stone? Yeah, I thought that that was going to be more effective. Jad killed Jad twice. Oh no. I think maybe give me a different assignment. Hey, there we go. 4 flesh hatchers. I mean, my Necro's only level 50, and I haven't leveled up my gear at all. If I was going to do it with Necro, it would take me a significant amount of time to get there. There's also a setting to enable larger tasks, so instead of 4 flesh hatcher, it will give you 15, also increases the points you get. Nice. See, I didn't know that. That's an important little tidbit of info. How do I do that? Okay. Dope. Dope, dope, dope. Oops. Good times. That's right. None of you saw it. Hello, dear brother. What have you got there? Nothing. Nothing. You only see air. Yeah, see you later there, Zesty. Our aura is gonna be over now. So we'll just hang on to get these last 3 Flesh Hatcher kills until we can turn our aura back on at the end of the stream. But I mean, we got a lot of good XP today already. A little over 500k. So there's a couple of things we want to do. Number 1, we want to do the dig site quest, so that we can cup of tea, empty vial, 2 ropes, uncut or cut opal. Okay, a cup of tea. Holy shit. Oh, nope, that's archaeologist tea. Sad. Alright, empty vial. Rope. Okay, perfect. What else did it say? Empty vial, 2 ropes, uncut or cut opal. There's a cut opal. We can get charcoal from the quest, so all we need is the tea, which we can get in Varric. I wonder if I have high enough thieving to steal a cup of tea from a stall. Here's hoping. Not these stalls. Southeast of the East Bank. Boo-doo-boo. Hey, a tea stall. And a tea cellar. Hey. Nice. That's cool. Heals. Gives me a temporary increase to attack. Removes the effect of aggression potions. Hey, that's actually a pretty good little drink there. That's nice. Yo, what's up, Pike? Alright, set it as active. Talk to an examiner in the exam center. The fuck? Alrighty. Which of my skills do I least enjoy training? Agility. I only really dislike agility though, because it's one of the few skills that I don't get any loot while I'm training. If I could get some loot, then I probably wouldn't mind it. Okay, I'll go pull it out of my inventory then. Hello there, I'm the resident la 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 la. I say words. Too many words. Can I take an exam? Sure deal. Alright, there's a bank over here, it says. Nice. Let's get my Archie journal. It says I need to get this stamped by who? The Varick dig site manager, Seth Minnis. Look at that, he's right there. You can get marks of grace in OSRS. There are a little bit of things that you can get for agility. You know, sometimes you get kidnapped, and so you can get the pieces of agility gear, the nimble gear. And that's all well and good. And there are just generally some other things. I think there's one agility course where there's like some chests and stuff on the course. The one down in Karamja, if I'm not mistaken. But something like that would be fun. Or, you know, they could put agility and thieving together and let you like do an agility course that takes you to a thing where you can pick locks and do thieving at the same time, or I mean literally anything other than run in circles for a really rare chance to get other shit. If you do an Agronia course for agility, you get pages. With enough pages, you can make the codex for double surge. Yeah, so I like that there are some things like that. But like, where's my fodder, you know? Like everything else that I do, I gather lots and lots of random resources. And I want my random resources. I feel like whenever I'm training any of the other skills, I'm also making some sort of progress on other skills. So like, you know, if you're chaining thieving, then you're getting banked XP for like herb lore or, you know, any of the other random stuff in here. But when I'm training agility, I'm just training agility. There's no double dipping, there's no anything. And it's frustrating, especially because agility doesn't have any point outside of just being a barrier to some of your quests and stuff. Study of plants and history of worlds. Okay, next question. Earth Sciences Level 1, Question 2. Eligibility. Can you tell me which people are allowed to use this site? Magic users, professors, local residents. Next question. Health and safety. Can you tell me the proper safety points when working on a dig site? Heat-resistant clothing, rubber chickens, protective clothing to be worn, tools kept away from this site. Okay, that covers the Level 1 Earth Sciences exam. Let's see how you did. Dearie me, this is appalling. None correct at all. Why don't you use the resources here? There are 2 researchers. You could even ask the students. Okay. I think RS3, the dig site. We're cheating. Oh, I had to fail it? Okay. Teddy Animal Skull. What the... There are 3 students at the dig site who can help you with the exam answers. However, they'll only give you the answers if you can find a lost item of theirs. Oh, God. Eduardo. Northwestern section of the dig site. Okay, the second student is Katrina, is in the north section of the dig site. Ah, must be right over here. Oh, okay. I see. But there is no blue square here. The blue square is over here. But I already talked to that nerd. I was doing a lot of walking today. That's right. A few of us were studying that funny-looking relic in the center of the campus. Maybe I lost the mascot in a bush. Yeah, now it shows me. Where she is. Hey, something has been dropped here. I found a teddy bear. I'm a fucking G. Hello there. Guess what I found? Sweet. And then the last nerd. Go to the eastern area. I feel shocked. Alright, Dorian. The panning guide. Oh, this is sifting, not panning. Shit. I didn't even know you could pan in this game. Oh, there we go. Who's the guide? Ah, there we are. I found you. Oh, do I need to go pan now? Is that how I'm going? I need a panning tray. One on the table near the shed. Okay. What a fucking goober. And we go back to take the exam. Is there any value in that panning system? Because that seems kind of fun. Earth, its contents, and history. Next question. Can you tell me which people are allowed to use this site? All that have passed the appropriate Earth Sciences exam. Health and safety. Can you tell me the proper safety points? Proper tools. That concludes the exam. Let's see how you did. We got all the questions correct. Well done. You have now passed the Earth Sciences Level 1 General Exam. Here is your certificate to prove it. Ooh, I have a trowel. Isn't that exciting? I need to study for my second exam. Perhaps the 3 students on the site can help me again. Oh, goodness. Oh, bother. Gold, mud, and an opal is all I've seen, but heard nothing of it being any good. Hello there. How's it going? I need more help. Okay. Level 2. It just says return to the students. It doesn't give different student names. Yeah, looks like it's the same students for this one. I think maybe since the last time you did this one, it's been streamlined. Because it looks like it's the same students all 3 times. Based on what the wiki is telling me. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah. It seems like they periodically streamline things with some of the quests. Ready for the next exam. Samples taken in rough form, kept in sealed containers. Friends must be carefully Oh, fines, not friends. And always handle with care. Yeah. I'm the best. Alright, now I need to study for the 3rd exam. Go talk to these fucking nerds again. Come over here, you nerds. Hello there. then this twit Katrina wants my opal in order to help me. And I think that's very rude. Opals are beautiful, just like me. Teehee. I hate you. 3 blue squares make more sense now. You visit each student 3 times. Yeah, but you would think that they would have been there before the first time. So obnoxious. Boop. Thanks for the information. Go take another test. This honestly reminds me of being in school. Just run around finding the little bits of information you actually need, memorizing it, answering the questions, and then just data dumping all of it. I mean, that's fine when it's like a new quest and stuff, Ian. I'm totally down for that, right? Because it creates kind of this race to like go find the quest and complete it between the entire community, and that's really cool. You could have some really fun interactions with that, but once the initial rush is over, doesn't really do any good. Brush carefully and slowly. Handle bones very carefully. Hooray! Alright. So now I need to find from the site to impress Terry. Yeah, I remember seeing him. But I gotta get a find first. Okay, Let's see. You need to use a trowel to dig into the soil at the level 3 grid. Oh, well, I'm looking in the wrong fucking grid. That's the problem. Ancient Talisman. Okay. Level 3 grid, Ancient Talisman. Use the trowel on the level 3 grid. Nothing happens. I don't know what the hell all this stuff is, but it's going on the ground now. Why would I want a broken arrow? Or a needle? Okay, game. I'm not sure why you're trying to upset me. Give me my talisman! Hey, there we go. That took forever. Take the talisman to Terry. Terry gets a talisman. Oh, Terry. Where are you, Terry? Hey, take a look at this talisman. All right. Got an invitation letter. Need to take the letter to a workman near a winch. Are they going to let me down in a hole? I think they're going to let me down in a hole. Let's see. Make your way to the northeastern digging area. Nor'easter. Oh. Right up here we go. Dig site winch operator. I'll have to take your word for it, Pike. Hello. Can I dig around here? You can only use this site if you have an appropriate exam level. Already skilled. Really? What qualifications do you have? Passed all the exams. Well done. Okay. I want to use the winch. Use the invitation letter. Here, look, I have this letter. Go. Attach a rope to the winch. Okay, we did that. Then we go down. Grab an Arsinia root near the west wall. While there, you'll need it later. Speak to Doug, Deeping, and inquire on how to move the large pile of rocks. Alright, Doug. Where's Doug? I don't see anybody named Doug. Investigate the dig shafts. Wait, what the hell? Lever it off. Let's lever it off with a knife. Let's lever it off with the trowel. Need to container to collect some. Looks and smells rather dangerous. A vial. Nitroglycerin. Okay. We're gonna need charcoal. And then I'm pretty sure we need to mix those two things to make dynamite. I think we'll put the charcoal. Nope. Put the nitro. Book on chemicals. In order to ease the mining process, my colleagues and I decided we needed something stronger than picks to delve under the surface of the site. I experimented with certain chemicals and invented a compound of tremendous power that if subjected to a spark would literally explode. We used vials of this compound with great effect, as it enabled us to reach further than ever before. Ammonium nitrate, nitroglycerin, ground charcoal. Unfortunately, the last ingredient was not noted down. Okay, so I don't have all the ingredients. Ah, the Acinia root is probably the last of the ingredients. So we need to grind the charcoal. Now, can I put it in the nitroglycerin? Nope. Weird. Cheat time. Ammonium nitrate powder. It tells me I'm supposed to talk to some dude. Maybe I need to talk to him up outside here. Oh, this is not the only winch. Aha! That's why I need 2 ropes. Makes sense? Doug Dibadome. How could I move a large pile of rocks? There used to be this chap that worked in the other shaft. He was working on an explosive chemical. Alrighty. Thanks, Doug. Chest. Ammonium nitrate. Alright, I got all the things. Mix the ammonium nitrate with the nitroglycerin. Then add the ground charcoal and Acinia root. And then put that on the rock. And light it. Kaboom! That's fun. Alright, look for an interesting find in the room. We got some silver we can mine here. A bunch of bones we can pick up. I assume we gotta take this stone tablet though. Let's go talk to this nerd. Kaboom! Speak to Terry after the quest for the Codex. Dope. Oh, I get a tendrils ability for each of my different skills. I didn't know that. Incredible. Two gold bars. No way. Codex Ultimatus. Okay. Ow. I just kicked a wall. Boop. Okay. Now when we first started today, there was something else that I intended to do during this time. I don't have enough bank space. Okay, well, we're gonna take all these stupid things out. Guess I don't really need the gold bars to go in there. But we want that. We want that. I feel like all of these things can go on the ground. Nope. Ice Asylum. I think I need 91 though. Yeah. Heals anyone within 7 tiles for 7% of their maximum health points every 3.6 seconds. Oh yeah. That's going to be a great one. Can I not get the certifications back? Surely. I can get the certifications back. Well, I guess we'll go back over there. Maybe it'll still be here. Maybe it won't. If it won't, I don't actually give a fuck. Why do I have 2 trowels? I was holding shift. I wanted those things to go on the ground. Why does holding shift not work on gear? Dumb. Yeah, I mean, I'll get around to clearing those things out at some point. I just was in a habit when I first started of keeping all the tiers of gear. And so there's a bunch of stuff from mage, from range, from melee, from all that stuff that I eventually need to get rid of. Because I've got all of my gear sets that I've used all the way up because I thought maybe I'd need them for something. Turns out I don't, so I'll be getting rid of them as I go. Let's see. There was another thing I was planning on doing after getting this, and I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I do need to work on divination. Oh, right, Bane. Thank you. That was it. Yeah, I was never going to remember that, if I'm being perfectly honest. It had completely fallen out of my head. But we got blood tendrils now. It was fine. I just cheated and used Google. Oh, I'm stupid. We need our box.
And potentially, actually, even more than our box. Bring some porters, too. I don't think I have any stone spirits for Bane, unfortunately. $37,000 energies. Get some. There's a lot of people over here mining Bane. It's a Bane pick. Why you gotta make fun of the way my pick looks? How rude. My pick looks awesome. Azure Skill Champa. Look at all that Bane ore. Boop. Yeah, I'm definitely playing leagues this fall. For sure. I need to figure out when the OSRS League is gonna be. Ooh, you know what I just realized? Membership is shared across accounts. So I should make a main OSRS account and use it to make currency to buy bonds to bond this account. That's what I should do. Sounds like a great idea. Oh, that's true. That's very, very true. I guess I could make... I could make an OSRS account that isn't the same account. And make that one a main. You don't think so? Even if I was just AFK in a way? Well, yeah, I mean, I've got a couple of months to level up, though. Pick a skill that has high income potential, and then just get after it. Yeah, I mean, it would be a lot, but I could easily spend 6 hours a day on it. Right, but I don't have membership on a second account on RS3. This would give me a way to use an account that had membership, so it could take advantage of higher tier resources and stuff like that. You know what I mean? A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. I mean, I got time to grind. The hell else am I gonna do? It's not like I'm gonna go outside, so... Yeah, I don't know what bank running is. Oh yeah, that's fine. Right, but is making bond money in RS3 so much easier that I could bond an entire other account just as easily? Because the point is that right now I have a member OSRS account that I am not using. And I can make that a main and have membership on that account. And so I would have access to anything member locked to help me make currency. Whereas if I used another RS3 account, I would either have to completely bond another account, or I'd have to make my currency in a non-member environment. Yeah, like out of stream or something. Right, but I still play, 6 to 8 hours a day outside of this stream. It would mean I would make less progress overall on this account, but it would mean that more of my progress would be made on stream. Which I don't necessarily think would be bad. There's a lot of things like killing the flesh hatcher. Right, but would that ultimately take more or less time? Because that's a lot. I mean, I do have like 70 million gold on a main account on RS3. Because when I first started streaming, I was running this account and then another main account on this Jagex account. and then another Jagex account with a main for like the first 2 weeks or something that I was playing. And I have like 70 million from just making adamant arrowheads and selling them. So I suppose I could try that, since I'm already semi-established with that system. We'll see. Hey, that's a good one. 82 magic would take a while to get to, but at 14 mil an hour, that's not half bad. Hey, Air of Embers. Yeah, I do. I stream on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time. Also, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Hey, what's up, Gamerscar? How are you? Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to just directly transport the names of the YouTube folks. So it has to come from my account, and then it just says, if you look on there, it says Survival Hermit, and then the name of the person who actually posted. And then the fact that they're from YouTube. It creates a little clutter, but it's not terrible. $728 total levels. Nice. Good job, Gamerscar. Good job. I definitely think that's farther than I got on my hardcore. So, kudos to you. Yeah, well, and the system is really stupid also. Because you can't delete the character. And I'm gonna get mad about this every time I think about it. But the fact that I can't delete my character and then preserve whatever membership I had left and then make a new hardcore just angers the shit out of me. My main goal of the account would be to keep it alive. So if I died, I would probably ditch the account. Yeah, well, I'm in the same position, Zesty. I would have restarted this account when it died, but losing 3 weeks of my membership to a death, I mean, that's just so bullshit. Just let me delete the character and start over. But now I'm too far in. There's no way. I'm like, maybe next year I might make a new hardcore account, because I'm thinking about maybe making a new character at the start of every year. I don't know. Should be like, instead, if you have another hardcore which has strictly better stats, then you can delete dead hardcore characters. I mean, it should just always be. You should just always be able to delete your character and start a new one, even if it's not hardcore. It's insane that you can't just delete a character and start a new character on that account. Just in general. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life. And I don't have very many complaints about this game. It's a really good game. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really happy with some of the new monetization decisions and stuff like that that they've made. But the fact that I can't just delete this character is weird. Why would people be throwing away years of work on their character, though? If you'd been playing a character for years, why would you ever delete it? I mean, you could even do... I mean, that's an insane thing to protect against, right? We're gonna make the entire system worse to protect against the fact that maybe 3 people in the history of this game would on a whim make a bad decision and delete a 12-year-old character or something. That's... like, that's crazy. Well, and so I could understand when the game first came out, MMOs were new. And so the entire concept of having a permanent character, right? You make the character and then that character exists in perpetuity. Totally makes sense. But we've evolved beyond that. Right, it was a cool thing to try, but it's silly. I agree, and I think it is a money thing. Especially when it comes to the hardcore. I think it's a money thing. I mean, you could do all kinds of stuff
where you could use two-factor authentication. You could set it up so there was a toggle in the settings. You know, they have the thing now where you can't downgrade from iron to main. You have to wait a week. You could do the same thing where you could have a toggle or something where I could turn on a wait period. So even if I tried to delete the account, it would take, you know, a week or whatever to do if I had that toggle turned on. I mean, there's tons and tons of stuff that you could do to protect people that could be optional that wouldn't inhibit the rest of the gameplay. It's like, you know, a lot of new Eastern MMOs, in an effort to combat RMT, have taken away direct trading, so you can no longer direct trade with other players. But that's stupid, because the RMT still happens, but now I can't trade my friends items that I find. And so you're drastically worsening the game experience for the sake of protecting against something that doesn't need to be protected against, or that you're not even actually effectively protecting against. It's weird. I mean, I don't necessarily have any reason to want to delete this account either, right? It's so easy to make new accounts that especially because they're all tied to the same Jagex account, it absolutely doesn't hurt me to just make a new character. But it specifically stops me from being able to play hardcore. And that's annoying. Actually trust a lot of devs on those decisions. They have data the players do not see/feel intuitive. I mean, it doesn't really matter how you get the membership, right? Whether you bond it or you pay your $15. If you die on hardcore and you want to try again, you have to give up whatever membership you have left. So if you bonded it, you paid 160 mil for 2 weeks. Maybe you've got a week left. You just lose 80 million gold. Like, that's crazy. Nope. Did my stream just crash? Nope. Never mind. Thought my stream crashed. I mean, that's fair, except then every additional try at hardcore, you're still losing that membership, right? Because all you're doing is using that membership to time. All you're doing is using that membership to bond for a new membership. So you're still sort of wasting that 3 weeks because you're not
playing toward your goal. You're playing toward this weird alternative goal that you've been forced into. It's just weird. It is the strangest thing to not be able to do. I mean, I have accepted it because I'm not playing hardcore. Right, I understand that the way things are the way things are. And I don't have any power to change them. But things existing and me not being able to change them doesn't make them not stupid. I mean, but what's the value there, Embers? What value is added to the game by not being able to delete a character? Because there is value in being able to delete your character. Okay, if that's the thing you're trying to solve, then you can solve that in lots of different ways. Like we've already talked about, two-factor authentications, a toggleable that makes you wait to be able to delete your character. I mean, there's all kinds of other paths. So if it's just to protect people from making a rash decision that they regret, you can absolutely mitigate that without taking away the option from other players. You're making the entire community of the game actively have a more restricted experience for the sake of protecting a very small percentage of players who might regret the decision to delete a character. When there are other avenues to that same goal that have no effect on the other players. I mean, I can make multiple accounts on this too. And I'm not suggesting that I be able to make multiple characters on the same membership. I'm suggesting that I be able to delete that character. I mean, even something really simple. Imagine I started playing the game, right? I had done no real research. I was just like, ooh, RuneScape, let's play. I'm a brand new player, and I start out on mains. And I play for a couple of weeks, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I think I'm going to pay for a membership. I buy a membership, and then I start talking to the community. I join a clan, and a couple of weeks later, everybody tells me, oh, there's this cool game mode called Ironman. And I'd never really considered it. I'd never thought about it, but it totally sounds like exactly what I want to do. And I think, I've only been playing for 2 weeks. I'm going to go ahead and just delete this character and make an Ironman. And then I go to do that, and the game's like, haha, can't do that. Make a new character, pay for a new subscription. I mean, how many more people would probably be playing hardcore Iron Man if that was the case? I don't think that auto-deleting the hardcores is a good way to go. I love the fact that my hardcore character stayed Iron Man and just kept existing after I died. I think that's fabulous, because not everybody's going to want to try over again. Right? Sometimes people are going to want to just continue progressing their character, and that's fine. Because if hardcore auto kills your character, that's taking away player agency too. That's not the solution. The solution is always options. I feel like hardcore isn't as big on RS as it is elsewhere. Might be a contributed factor to that. I was very happy to find out that all I did was lose my status. And that's the same thing. You know, I've played a lot of Path of Exile. And in Path of Exile, they have the leagues. And if you lose your hardcore character in Path of Exile, then you don't just get kicked out. Well, you didn't used to anyway. Get kicked out of standard. Or just get kicked out of hardcore league. You used to get completely kicked out to the standard. And so now a lot of ARPGs are starting to come around to the idea that once you die, you just lose that hardcore status. And I think that's absolutely the best way to go about that. Because again, it's just more options. Right, but you didn't used to. Like way back early. You used to get completely kicked out of the league, I think. It's been a long time since I played hardcore in Path of Exile. But like, way back. Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's lots of things that are designed to one-shot you and stuff in PoE. And I never got very far in hardcore because of it. Because I'm not, you know, a super skilled player. But that's fine. Because I had the option, or I do have the option now, to just play hardcore as far as I get. And then if I die, then I'm just in the league again. And that's fine. The same thing is true of Last Epoch. You know, you start hardcore, and you go for as long as you go, and then you die in your standard, and that's fine. But if I want to, I can also just delete that character and start over. Yeah, have a good night, Queso. You know, I never really played Righteous Fire. I always have to do the spin to win. Because you know me, I don't like to hit a lot of buttons. So if you use the spin to win, then you can just move and spin at the same time. And that was the only way I could ever get anything done. Because if I had to start using like dodge skills and stuff, it was game over. I'm too shitty for that. I need those one button builds. Yeah, Righteous Fire was pretty one build. Or one button, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I don't want to delete the entire account, Fairbury. Because then I would lose the membership on that account. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think PoE got really right, and that ARPGs in general do well, is they didn't worry too much about making everything absolutely balanced. They just gave you lots of variety. And when you have a lot of variety like that, you kind of get balance automatically. Even if there is a best build, there are so many builds that are still viable that it doesn't really matter. And there's not a lot of games, a lot of games homogenize things so that they can have more strict control over the exact balance of the game. And they're trying too hard, I think, to control the numbers, and they end up just making their game really repetitive. And PoE was kind of like, fuck it, do whatever you want, here's a ton of skills, blow shit up. That's also true, Gamerscar, and it's also getting worse, right? Every single time I go back to PoE, there's just so many more mechanics, and it's so much more complicated. And so if you're a new player, I mean, at this point, you can't be new to PoE. It's too much now. Which is unfortunate. I mean, thankfully, Kevin, hey, what's up? Yeah, whenever I see a shooting star, I absolutely jump over and get it. I haven't joined the friend chats for that stuff. Because I just haven't. But they are fun. I think it's a cool little bonus thing to be able to do for some XP. But I'll be right back. I could use the restroom. All right, we back. I haven't really... the only experience I have playing Path of Exile 2 was actually on NVIDIA GeForce Now. It actually ran really well on there. Ran really well on there. One of the things that I had the most fun on for Path of Exile 2 was the Necro, and the fact that the different minions had different skills, and then you like activated your minion skills, and so it wasn't necessarily just running around watching your minions do stuff. There were little ways to kind of direct their combat and stuff. I thought that was really fun. I don't normally play Minion Masters, but I played the shit out of some Minion Masters. The only game I've ever really enjoyed Necros was the original Guild Wars and Path of Exile 2. Both had really good minion systems. Really good. That's definitely a fair point, Bingo, for sure. I can remember that being true even all the way back in the day with the original Diablo 2. You couldn't, like, get in groups with people who were running Minion Masters because they would tank your shit. Yeah, I've stopped using GeForce Now for the same reason, Gamerscar. I was doing all of my streaming on NVIDIA GeForce Now since I started a little over a year ago. And then, so I've been using NVIDIA GeForce Now since it was in beta. So I got to use it for free as a tester. And so I've always been a huge fan. I think NVIDIA GeForce Now and remote gaming in general is a really good thing. But yeah, they put that 100-hour limit on it. And I mean, I stream 140 plus hours a week or a month. So just to do my streaming, I would exceed that number. But that wouldn't include, trying out other games. That wouldn't include playing on my own time. That wouldn't include any of that. So, yeah, I mean, it didn't used to be like that, Pingo. That just started at the beginning of this year. Or the beginning of last year. And then I was grandfathered in for an extra year because I had a membership before. And then they took that away again. It was gross. Well, I mean, 100 hours isn't nothing. Most people only play, 20 hours of video games a week. Like, 95% of gamers would never hit that 100-hour cap. But that's what makes it even more ridiculous to create the cap. Because 95% of the time, people aren't even using that cap anyway. So you're specifically targeting a fairly small percentage of your player base who exceeds that. And most of that player base are going to be people like me who used it to stream, or, people who are extremely active in certain game communities who are likely going to be promoting your service. I mean, I used to talk about NVIDIA GeForce Now all the time on my streams. And so, I mean, I wasn't a big streamer. I'm not saying that I was like bringing in tons of business, but word of mouth is easily one of the best ways to bring in new customers. And so, I mean, it seemed like a really weird thing to do, to target such a small percent of your player base over something like that. Hey, Kenny, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, could you imagine if NVIDIA GeForce Now had just kept marketing and kept going? Because there's very little that I need a home computer for. Right? Mostly my computer requirements are about gaming. And you can run GeForce Now on a fucking Raspberry Pi. Like, you could get so many people into, hell, honestly, they should have just been shipping Raspberry Pis, right? Like, you sign up for a new GeForce Now account, and they just ship you out a fucking Raspberry Pi with GeForce Now already loaded on it. And then you just go play GeForce Now on a fucking Raspberry Pi. They could have gotten so many customers that way, but whatever. It's going really good, Kenny. We're getting our Bainite offhand. We're going to make ourselves a Bainite offhand longsword. And then in about another hour, we're going to go do some more Flesh Hatcher. And we're going to see... We've got a couple of things going on. We're going to be using the Blood Tendril skill, which we just got. And we're going to be comparing our two-handed damage with our Varric set to our dual wield with a Bane set. And we're going to see if we can't maybe hit a new personal best on our timer. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. One of the things that I was really hopeful for when NVIDIA GeForce Now first came out was the fact that you could have ended up having some really, really good anti-cheat systems. And you could have ended up having some really good optimization for like MMOs and other online live service games. Because if you could, like, for example, mix a MMO subscription with the NVIDIA GeForce Now subscription, then you could get everybody playing your MMO to be playing on the same equipment, right? The same hardware and software configuration, which would make optimization for your game so good. Because you don't have to worry about legacy configurations, you don't have to worry about people using different drivers and all of this other stuff. You just pick exactly the setup that you want to be using, and then you optimize the shit out of it. And so you could have had some really, really good graphical fidelity without really harming performance at all because of that. And then, right, you could build, the engine around the rig, absolutely. And then beyond that, you had the ability, because the client is not the player's computer, right? The client is the rig that they're using to play the game through. All they're receiving is the streaming video data. And, the game is receiving their inputs. But because your client is again removed from the player's PC, your ability to prevent a lot of like packet scraping and stuff like that, a lot of injection hacks, tons of those things, because you have complete control over the client rig without having to compromise the player's rig, right? So instead of having to have Vanguard so that I could play Riot games on my personal PC, where I'm giving a kernel level access to an anti-cheat, you can put that Vanguard on the NVIDIA GeForce Now rig, right? Make sure that I can't get anything installed on that rig or do anything to that rig. And then the only options I have to make bots or hacks or things like that are things that specifically use computer vision and can operate solely on the inputted video data. Right? You don't need, or you don't have the ability to make map hacks anymore. You lose tons of ability to manipulate data coming into the client computer that way. And so, just a great way to do live service games. Now, you couldn't do really competitive games, right? Like League of Legends, shooters. You actually couldn't do shooters that way because the small increase in latency between input and action would significantly hurt. Absolutely. So, like Counter-Strike, Valorant, things like that, you wouldn't have really any ability to use this system. But for an MMO, even a PvP MMO, I think. So I've never really felt it either, Gamerscar, but it is there. You don't feel it because they manipulate what you see to make you not realize that there is a latency. The only time I've ever really noticed was playing Ark Survival Evolved. You have to click the button to pick earlier. Because A, Ark Survival Evolved is already broken. But B, when you add that little bit of extra latency, it really throws off picking in that game. And so there is there is some additional latency and stuff, and it would interfere with really fast-paced, high APM competitive games. But for something like an MMO, like Final Fantasy, right? If they put out Final Fantasy 18, the MMO, they could have insane graphical fidelity. They could have, you know, all this crazy, awesome visual shit, super optimized, with very limited ability to cheat inside of the game. Yeah, I mean, when you have things like that video where they got Shroud to do the op sniping through the crack in the door on a 60 hertz monitor and then a 140 hertz monitor, and then even though the in-game frames per second were the same in both cases, he was more successful on the higher refresh rate because it allowed for better reaction times and stuff. So at that level, absolutely, it makes a difference, 100%. But for an average player, right, for my extremely average ass, there's almost no difference, right? You put me on a 60 hertz monitor, you put me on a 140 hertz monitor, 144, not 140, whatever. I'm gonna miss every time. No matter what, I just missed that shot because I suck, and that's fine. But oh yeah, no, I'm there with you. I really am. Which is funny because I used to not be. When I was in my early 20s, back before CSGO, right? Even back before Counter-Strike 5.1, I used to play Counter-Strike when I was in college. And, I mean, I used to tear that game up. Like, I was fucking good. And then right about, I don't know, well, I guess I joined the Navy when I was 24, and then I didn't really have a lot of time for games, and then I got out of the Navy when I was 30, and I just never really could get back to that competitive position anymore. Mainly play games that I can get 144 FPS. I don't play AAA games at all. Really used a high frame rate, can't do it with 120 FPS or lower. Oh goodness. When I used to play New World, when New World came out, I wasn't using NVIDIA GeForce Now at the time. I had stopped using it. And so I played the game on my local machine, and I couldn't run it at more than 30 frames. So I used to play New World at 30 frames. But that stuff doesn't bother me. Like, I've got this pegged. I think I have this pegged to 60. It should be pegged to 60. If it's not, I need to change it. Yeah, it's pegged to 60. But that's because my stream is also 60 frames. So there's no point in me having more than 60 frames. Yeah, I mean, I knew New World was toast the minute they took away PvP combat scaling. Because we had a heck of a good time During the betas, we did a lot of PvP for New World, where we were bringing like lower level players who hadn't gotten to do some of the previous betas like we had, who didn't have very much experience with the game. We were trying to get them involved. And so we would bring like level 10s into war. And we would like run them to different zones so they could sign up for wars. And we were like going crazy and we were having a great time, and there was just PvP everywhere. And then the game dropped and they set it up so that the PvP scaling was gone. And then you had to get max in order to PvP. And so, you know, the big guilds monopolized and they started cheating and duping, and they had all this great gear and nobody else had any good gear. And so you went into wars or you went into open world PvP and you just got stomped on. And so there was no ability to PvP in that game until you got to end game. And by then, everything was so well established, all the metas were so well established, that now you were trying to learn how to do the war system against people who had been doing it for months and still had better gear than you. And there was no, you know, there was no system trying to bring you onto a level playing field. It was awful. Absolutely awful. And it was all because people were complaining that they were dying to people that were lower level than them. Like all the streamers and stuff during that big beta event that they did, were just all whining like, this person's 10 levels lower than me. I put in the extra time to get this 10 levels. I should just automatically win this fight. This is bullshit. But then you watch the video and they were making massive mistakes. And the other player was just doing a better job than them and won the fight. It was such a clusterfuck. But I think that was the final nail in the coffin for that game's launch. And then it just never really recovered. Hey, what's up, Drippy Bun? I don't always die, just sometimes. Yeah, well, and so there were still obvious problems with the combat in New World. You know, weapon switching was pretty clunky. Even after they fixed the buffering, weapon switching was still pretty clunky. And there were some issues, but I could have gotten past those, right? We could have worked within that. But not even being able to interact with the PvP was a problem. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, there were... what was it? The frame rate on the launch screen wasn't capped. And so some of the more advanced cards, like the 30 series cards, were getting runaway frame rates and just like melting GPUs. Yeah, that shit was bad. I am not secretly making RuneScape 10. Why are you trying to get me in trouble? I would never steal Jagex's IP. Never. Yeah, I did. I did play Lost Ark. And again, really good game. But the progression system was just so punishing, and it was intentionally designed to be that punishing, to convince you to spend money. And I don't like coercive monetization systems. So I ended up only playing for a little while. The boss fights in Lost Ark were some of the most fun ever. If I'm being honest, though. Really good combat. I played Blue Gun Lancer. And I made all of my characters the same character. Well, so I really prefer the isometric top-down style. I like to move with my cursor and attack with my QWER and stuff like League of Legends. I think it feels much more reactive. And just generally better. So I prefer. Like Albion Online. I really love Albion Online's control scheme. The game itself, while I do like it, has a lot of flaws that keep me from playing it. But I prefer that control scheme. One of these days, they're going to do the complete 1.0 launch of Core Punk, and I'll probably try that game. I don't think Core Punk has launched its 1.0 yet. I think it's still in early access. So I don't have a problem with the grindiness of Albion. And I don't even mind the PvP focus of Albion. The problem I have with Albion Online is the problem I have with a lot of PvP MMOs. And that's that they refuse to make factions the highest tier of social interaction in the PvP system. That's just... If the black zones in Albion were still specifically controlled by factions, and you couldn't kill faction mates, that game would instantly be 1,000 times better. Because then, you know, your best zones, your highest level zones, where you wanted your hideout, would be on the edges of the faction territory. And it would create a system where the biggest guilds and the best players were naturally defending the smaller guilds and the more casual players, because they'd be on the outskirts. And then all the other players would be on the inside. And you would create this, like, community group fucking mutual aid system. But instead, you just let mega guilds run over everybody. Yeah. Well, and EVE Online does that. Albion Online does that. New World did it, where even though you had factions in New World, it was really guild run. Throne and Liberty did the guild thing. They keep putting out these PvP MMOs where guilds are the highest tier of social PvP stuff. And all that does is give some nerd in a basement control over my gameplay. And that's stupid. The Ion implemented fast track servers and the game died. Yeah, well, so my very first MMO, the first MMO I ever played was Dark Age of Camelot. And that game still has the best large-scale PvP of any MMO I've ever played. Like, it's not even close. Yeah, I don't either. Bingo. Because if you have a faction, right? If I'm out there running around in a faction zone as a solo where PvP can happen, that's how you get emergent, unplanned gameplay, right? Because I'll be running around doing my thing, and maybe I see a faction mate getting chased by a couple of enemies, and so I go run over there and help them. Instead of, you know, having to get with my guild and mass up 20 people and make a plan and do all of this really, really like curated style content, I get to just go out there and do my thing. And it's way better. People think, and I've argued with a bunch of people on the internet about this, but people think that because I play MMOs primarily solo, that I don't want to have social interactions in MMOs. And that's not true. I just want to have random social interactions with random people, not consistent social interactions with the same group of people that I feel a sense of responsibility towards, and like I need to make an effort to specifically do what those people want. Right? I'd rather do what I want and randomly team up with whoever happens to also be doing that, instead of get together with a group of people that I'm consistently playing with and try and decide what we're going to do that day collectively, because it might not be what I want to do. And I don't want to spend my game time doing what somebody else wants to do on the off chance that tomorrow I'll be the one who gets to choose. There's more than enough players in these games that whatever I'm doing, there's bound to be somebody there doing it that I can just temporarily team up with. If I'm so inclined. I mean, I've never played OSRS, so I don't know anything about their PvP system. But when it comes to large-scale PvP, I cannot even imagine a system that's better than Dark Age of Camelot. It's not even possible for me. You had 3 sides, you had castle sieges. I mean, it's very much like Elder Scrolls, but with 3 factions instead of 2. Well, and it wasn't just about the RVR. It was the fact that you also had the battlegrounds, right? So your max level was 50, but at level 20, you started interacting with the massive PvP on a smaller scale against only people who were about the same level as you. So the game was content complete at all tiers of play. So I wasn't like waiting until I got to the end game to engage with any of the PvP, because they had all of these little PvP areas that I could interact with from all the different tiers that I was at. And I mean, it was just peak fucking PvP. And nobody Not a single person ever since then has had a system like that. It's crazy to me. And they went all out with it when the game was new. You had your account and you chose your side. But on an individual server with a single account, you could only ever make characters from the same faction. Now, eventually that got changed. But originally, once you picked a faction on a server, you couldn't make another character on the other side, which was cool. And then you couldn't even see. Everybody shared the same, local chat when they were out in the RVR zones, but you couldn't actually read what members of the other faction were saying if they were typing in the all chat, because they were speaking a different language. So it just gave you gobbledygook in the chat window. So you knew that there were people around, but you couldn't see what they were saying. So you could type in the all chat hey, we're going to do this right now. And nobody on the other side would know because they just saw a bunch of gobbledygook. It was fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. Yeah, Dark Age of Camelot still sort of exists on a private server. But and so if you've ever heard of the Kickstarter game Camelot Unchained, the CEO of that company or something was one of the lead designers on Dark Age of Camelot. And so I was really excited for Camelot Unchained when it was first announced 15 years ago. Unfortunately, I'm less excited now, but I was pretty hyped when it was first announced. All right. Got a bunch of that stuff done. Let's make our longsword. Bane offhand longsword. Yes. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dow. Oh, nice. We might look into that. Maybe. You know what I just realized? I'm not hearing any tink-tink sounds. Is it an ambient sound? No, it's a sound effect. Why am I not getting any clang clang sounds? Also, let's go do this. There's a lot of people here. Where is... There we go. Not excited about any new MMOs. They all be falling left and right. Yeah, I was super excited about Ashes. But, I'm not anymore. I think, unfortunately, that Steven does not have the critical thinking skills required to make that game. +4 plate, high alks for 320k from Bane. Oh shit. Nice. Pingo, I've been saying this for a really long time, and I absolutely agree with you. And the reason that that's so important is because the better the graphics of a game are, the fewer people who can conceivably play it. And competitive games, right? Counter-Strike, League of Legends, RTS games have known this for a really, really long time. And they make their games playable on fucking toasters. And millions of people play their games. It has nothing to do with the fact that the games are sessional. It has nothing to do with the fact that the games can be played more casually, because MMOs can absolutely be played casually. If you cut down the number of people who can conceivably play your game to only 10% of the gaming population who have really, really high-end hobbyist rigs, then how are you supposed to make any money? You're only going after such a small percentage of the potential player base. It's insane. Literally the worst business decision you can make. I don't really like RTS games, Gamerscar. RTS games, just as a genre, rely a lot on high actions per minute and extremely efficient, like player movements and stuff. And that's just not interesting to me. I don't think that RTS games are bad games. They're just not for me. I got arthritis, and I don't... It's too much. True, there's no logic in limiting the amount of players that can play the game. It's an awful business decision. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that 100%. Did I think that New World looked really beautiful? And specifically, the sound design of New World was incredible. And absolutely, the good graphics and the good audio design of New World added a lot to the gameplay. But those things are things that add on top of good mechanics. They're not a replacement for good mechanics. But good mechanics can absolutely be a replacement for good graphics and, you know, really high fidelity sounds and stuff like that. So you gotta start there, right? The game has to be interesting to play. It could be nothing but a bunch of shapes, you know, triangles and circles and squares. And as long as it's got a really good graphics system or a really good mechanical system, then I would play it. But if you gave me photorealistic, Dolby Digital surround sound, fucking orchestrated everything, but your gameplay was shit, I wouldn't play your game. It's so obvious that the most important part is the gameplay. Okay, was gonna say check out Beyond All Reason, free to play, and it's really fun. Like that game Body Cam. Insane graphics, but like 1% of people can run it. Yeah. And so again, if you want to make a game like that, then that's also fine. But you have to recognize how are you going to get lots of people to interact with your game. So make a really high fidelity game, market it to streamers, and then find a way for the streamers' viewers to have meaningful interaction with the game world. And then, you could make lots of money off of the game that way, right? You have the player host version of the game where people with really high fidelity graphics cards and stuff can run the actual game. And then you could have a bunch of clients off of that host with, small capabilities within the game that would be interactive with the other person. And that's fine too, right? You get a bunch of different people sort of all playing the same game together, and only one person needs to necessarily be doing all that rendering. I don't know. There's lots of different things you could look at. But you have to understand what sort of limitations you're creating for yourself, and then you have to overcome those limitations. You can't just put out the most graphically stunning game ever, and then surprise Pikachu face, 3 people bought it, because only 3 people have those graphics cards. That's on you. It's also great to push those limits. Right, like for example, even though you all have told me that it's impossible to solo a mascot at the end of this game, I'm gonna go try. And I'm gonna fail, and that's fine, because I'll know exactly where the limit is. And the same thing is gonna be true for photorealistic graphics, right? You want to get as photorealistic as you can, or as high fidelity graphics as you can on the smallest possible requirements. Just look at OSRS, probably top 1 or 2 most played MMOs right now. Awful graphics, top tier art style though. It's the definition of what an MMO should be. When a game is fun, graphics are irrelevant. Absolutely. Well, and so one of the arguments that often gets made is so I guess what I would, maybe not one of the arguments that often gets made, but an argument I would make is OSRS absolutely isn't for everybody. But OSRS isn't not for everybody because of its graphics. It's not for everybody because of its mechanics. Right, it's a much slower progression game. It's a much more methodical game. Not everybody likes that. But there are people out there who want to play something with different mechanics who would also settle for those graphics. And they would play the shit out of your game. Right, the reason OSRS doesn't capture 100% of the MMO player base is not because it doesn't look good. It's because that's just not the kind of game some people want to play. Oh yeah, I've seen some of those ray tracing packs and stuff on Minecraft. That's a great way to go about that, honestly. Is having other things that you can add to the game like that. Or if you want to make... Actually, that's a great point. Making a single player game that has lots of different levels of detail is 100% the best place to try and push photorealism. Because you can't do it on a live service game, because you can't have people having things that are that different, right? Because your server still has to do all the stuff to make the graphics happen, and then your clients are rendering all those things. And so you're losing a lot of server-side resources for something that not everybody is seeing. But in a single-player game, everything's running on a local machine. You can have all kinds of different levels of detail, downloadable, high-fidelity packs, whatever. That's a great way to go about that. Absolutely. I also definitely agree about art style, Pingo, and this is actually something we just talked about the other day, is shading is extraordinarily important for making a game graphically look better than it is. For example, this right here, these bricks, are a texture. You can tell that it's flat. If you look really close at it, you can see this is just a flat texture. There are a couple of them that look a little raised over here, but for the most part, this is just a flat surface with a spray paint on it. But because of shading, right, you can see where the grout lines are. You can see, you know, all the different little things, all the different bricks. And this is just differences in color. This is much less graphically intensive than if you were to have, like, if the bricks actually had grooves in between them and you were using lighting to cast an actual shadow so that you would see this be shadowed right here. You get ultimately the same effect. But the graphical intensity is significantly less. And that's all shading and art style. Why did I click Anvil? I can do energies and essences. What the hell? Oh, the heat was low. Got it. Got it. Okay. Well, we're right about. Just a couple more minutes here, and we'll be able to turn this back on. Oh, 18 more minutes. Okay. Well, we're gonna go work a little bit here. Let's get my other Bane weapon. Let's equip them bad boys. Booyah. Who's a badass? Hermit's a badass. I actually like So when I play this offline, I turn the graphics all the way down because I play on a different computer. Let me see. Default player mount? No. It shows a different weapon. I don't know. But it doesn't look the same. The Bane weapons are like super fat. I assume it's like an old version of the model. But it's all super fat and cool. I kind of wish that was the model that I had here. But let's get back over here. And let's... Do I have an action bar that isn't tied to one of my other skill sets? Yes. This one isn't tied. So let's take all of these skills off. And let's build ourselves a little something. For our prayers, we want our melee quick prayer. Boom. And for our skills, we want Sever is definitely going to be on here. We want Havoc is definitely going to be on here. We want Blood Tendrils is definitely going to be on here. We want Flurry is definitely going to be on here. We want Massacre is going to be on here. Bleeds. Do we want the bleeds? But we don't want Slaughter, right? Instead we want... the regular, like, one-handed bleed? Oh, it's this one. Dismember. That's right. Punish goes on the end. This can come in here. We want Berserk right there. We want Assault. Quake can't go on the dual wield. Quake is a two-hander. Hey, 23 Tenku. Thanks for the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Decimate. What is Decimate? Is a basic two-hander ability. 130% increased damage if the okay, we can take Decimate. What's the timer? There we go. Okay, I think for the most part that's correct. Let's go back to this and take a look. So we'll probably want Havoc here. We'll put Havoc like that. We'll put this right here like this. I think the rest of this is probably okay as is here. Sorry, my mute button broke there for a second. Oh, yeah? Okay. I think we're good. Sometimes Pingo, YouTube does that, where as you watch, it like slowly falls behind a little bit at a time. Sometimes you have to like re-click it to make it work. Alright, we're gonna throw this at the wall. Right now. We're just gonna see what happens here. I need this skill on F so that I can do my attack the way I want to. I am definitely doing less damage right now. Yes, that is true. But my melee is 20 levels higher than my ranged. Yeah, have a good day there, Pingo. It was great to see you, and thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it. Hope to see you again. Okay, that didn't go exactly right. We might want to take this out. Maybe. Use Berserk, refill, enter, and burst. Maybe. I don't know if I could get in there that quick. I have been starting with Zerk, though. Because I fill up my adrenaline and go in. I think it could have maybe just been my gameplay. Maybe I was a little slow. Because now I don't even have my thing on. My aura on. And it seems like it's working fine. I think I just was kind of messing up last time. It's going to be pretty close as far as kill speeds between this and the two-hander. Please kill this thing. Gonna be pretty close. What are we looking at? 5-6 more minutes? Okay. So let's see. Dual wield gives you the option to use defensive if you have shield switch. Yeah, I'm just curious to see which one's going to do more damage. Or to see if it's even possible to do more damage this way. Which I'm starting to feel like maybe it isn't. Possibly Decimate could be getting in the way. Yeah, I am using my combat boost prayers as well. This prayer setup is Steel Skin, Ultimate Strength, Incredible Reflexes, and Protection from Magic. I will also, when I go to do the actual time trial, when I have the aura, I'm going to use Super Strength and Super Attack potions. Because that's what I did with the two-hand. I don't think I have any poisons. Oh, he is stun and poison immune. Okay. Well, there we go. I actually only almost feel like Havoc is getting in the way because it only does 120. And this one does 110 to 130. This one does 110 to 130. This one's doing 150. 110 to 130. And this one's only doing 120. So Havoc might not even be worth. Because I'm not in PvP. Yeah, if I had Durax, I would be using it over Varric. But I only have Varric set. I still need my Durac weapon. Right, but it only generates that if none of my other skills are on cooldown or off cooldown. Because if this skill isn't in here, it'll just use a different skill that also generates 8 adrenaline. So the only reason Havoc would be required for adrenaline generation is if the rest of these were going to be on cooldown sometimes. So let's try taking it out and just see what happens. Just to take a peek. A minute 30. All right. Yeah, it does. But it only hits for 60%, which means its maximum is 120, which is 10% less. Right, this one's 110 to 130. This one's 110 to 130. This one is 125 to 155. So this is the lowest damaging strike. It has bonus 30% damage, or sorry, disables the target's protection prayers. So this is huge in PvP, which is why it matters. It's just not great specifically for PvE. If I could, Havoc a player. Alright, let's activate this bad boy. And let's rock and roll in here. We'll drink our potion. 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 And let's go murder this nerd. I mean, I'm whacking him real hard. I feel pretty solid about the damage we're doing. I feel like I'm taking more damage than I did when I was using the full Varric set, which is weird. Oh, it's because I'm using blood tendrils. That's why. Yeah, that was the timer. We definitely get real close to dying using blood tendrils, because we do some damage to ourselves, which is hilarious. Okay, let's switch back here. Yeah, that's why I went and did the dig site, was I just wanted to see if it would end up doing more damage this way. So now we're going to go test with our two-hander with blood tendrils. Let's re-up our potions to make it fair. Oh, it does lock you in place for a second? That's funny. I didn't know that. Whoops. Pooch that. Oh, my prayer's not on my... Whoops. Oh, because I know what's going wrong. Okay. The thing that I changed to be my dual wield, or to be this dual wield, is the thing that's normally my secondary here. So we need to go to settings. Hey, what's up, Grandmaster Corin? We need to go to combat bar, action bar binding. Melee two-handed, melee two-handed. Let's see, we've got 10, 9, 7, 3, 4, 2, 5, 1. So no sixes? Oh, this one's 6. So 11. There we go. Now we can just take this to 11. And now when I do this, it's fine. When I do that, it goes to 11. Perfect. And we put that on R. And we put that on F. And that's all I need for this. Yeah, we're just trying to get flesh hatcher kills as fast as we can right now, Corin. We were able to get 1 minute and 11 seconds with our two-hander setup before we got blood tendrils. So we're trying to do maybe more with our dual-wielding Bane weapons. No. We are not finishing Succession. Does Succession require you to kill Flesh Hatcher? I literally just started playing the game like 2 months ago, so I don't actually know a lot of the quests. Yeah, that's everything. Okay. Let's get in there and try this dance again. Oh, yeah, I just have that. I got it good enough that it keeps my adrenaline. That was all that mattered to me. That was close. I mean, it's fairly easy to get out of this boss's attacks. Hey, another stalker necklace. Numero dos. But yeah, I'm sure in the future I will need more of the movement skills in order to fight some harder bosses, which I'm looking forward to. So one of the things that using blood tendrils does is it doesn't allow me to eat one of those slams. Yeah, I'll get around to getting that at some point. Because I would like to be able to put it in my tool belt. Just not a super big priority for me right now. Alright, you big nerd. It's time to die. Yeah, we had tried the dual wield setup. I'm not terribly versed in the dual wield skills, so I came back to the two-hander. We're still hitting about the same times that we were previously without blood tendrils, so I don't know if blood tendrils is actually helping us. Looking at the damage I'm taking right now, I think I could actually go ahead and... Ooh, that was close. Exactly a minute 12. So I was within point something of a second. Okay. Now that I'm a little more comfortable with what we're doing here, let's go back to the dual wield. Let's go back to the proper action bar. Let's make sure I'm not leaving any good skill off. Let's try putting Havoc back. Oh, I should be using Destroy instead of Assault. Right? No, Assault is better. This is 120 to 140. This is 125 to 155. Use both? Do you think both don't use Flurry? 35 times 8 is 70 times 4. I mean, Flurry and Destroy do almost exactly the same amount of damage in the same amount of time. Because this is hitting for 60 to 70 every 0.6 seconds. And this is hitting 60 to 70 every 1.2. Sorry. This is hitting 60 to 70 every 1.2, and this is also. So they're the same. Right, but this is hitting twice as fast because it's 0.6 seconds instead of every 0.1 or every 1.2 seconds. So it's 60 to 70 every same amount of time. So they're identical damages. And then this one, no, they have the same cooldowns too. I mean, it says right on the screen. It says 451 to 526 every 0.6 seconds. And this one says 902 to 1052 every 1.2 seconds. That's... yeah, but I can't stun this boss. Yeah, so you're getting a trade-off in a secondary, right? This one's hitting AoE, and this one's stunning. So absolutely, if you're fighting a single target that can be stunned, Destroy is absolutely better. And if you're fighting something that drops ads, then Flurry is going to be better. I don't know if using them both is going to be effective. Might just go ahead and take them and see. Because I don't know how much adrenaline I'll gain. So I just don't know what the cooldowns and stuff will look like. Whether or not it's going to inhibit my ability to use my second Berserk. Or if it'll maybe stop me from using an Assault or something like that. We'll just have to see. I need potions. I need my potions. Might as well just take all of these. Always end up just permanently cycling thresholds when I'm using dual wield setup. But I don't often use melee for bossing. When I do, it's often two-handed. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm going to be doing too, is just cycling thresholds. Berserk is the only ultimate that I'm going to use. I have my other ultimate down here on my manual bar. But I haven't really felt the need or desire to use it because it inhibits my second Berserk. No, I do not. The only relic I have right now is the one that gives me 500 extra life points. That is my only relic. It was close. I think if I eat one of the attacks, I'll be good. I think there's not a lot of feedback from Flurry when you use it. And because it's doing twice as many hits at half as much value, it just doesn't seem as impactful. But, I mean, just the numbers don't lie. There's no... It's really simple math, so there's no reason for me to disbelieve what that's telling me. But I think I had like 6,000 hit points left. Whoops, accidentally went into public. I had 6,000 hit points left, and normally the slam only hits me for like 2 to 3. So I should be able to take one of these hits. And I think that'll be enough to squeak me out a new personal best. It's going to be barely, but it'll be something. So we're just not going to move here. We're just going to eat that. Boom, 3k. But that way, because that one doesn't stun, so that way I don't lose 2 or 3 attacks moving. Nice, and then he started back here. I've got 2 seconds, come on. Oh, that was so close. Okay. Yeah, I think that's definitely it. We'll take the flurry off here. And see if maybe, because I wasn't really watching the cooldowns, it's possible that flurry is getting in the way of multiple casts of some of these other ones. And if that's the case, like if it was interrupting a cast of assault or making one of the casts of assault take longer, then it would be actively hurting my DPS, because assault does up to 15% more damage. So we'll try it without and see if maybe that squeaks us out a couple of seconds or a second. And then it's just RNG with crits and stuff like that. Flurry doesn't yes, that is correct. Yeah. Does the better version of Flurry reduce the cooldown of Berserk? Because that's crazy. I didn't even know that. Yeah, that's definitely why Flurry is super good then. Because that's baller. Alright, you little turd burger. G-Barge. Okay, take that slam. I might die on this one. We're gonna get close. Oh yeah, we're gonna kick our time's ass on this one. Come on. Yeah. An extra 1.8 seconds with 1:09. Boom. We had to be a little squirrely there because we almost took that slam and died. But that's alright. That was worth it. What a fucking squeaker. You won't be able to post screenshots on there, no. But I can look at... Oh, is G Barge like an upgraded version of Barge? I mean, I can just look it up on the wiki real quick. RS3 G Barge. Greater Barge. So is the play here that you like bleed the enemy with slaughter and then like run away and then barge it to deal max damage or something? Because yeah, this wiki page sucks. Oh, okay. Greater Barge gains another effect, using it as the next ability grants Endless Assault, causing the first melee channeled ability used within 6 seconds to deal damage as damage over time, instead of being a channeled ability. Okay. I get it. That makes sense. It's nice to be able to move instead of being channeled. The big key there is when you channel an ability, you're not casting any of your other abilities, which means you won't be gaining adrenaline during that 4.8 seconds or whatever while you're channeling, which is like 2.5 attack cycles. So you lose an additional 16% adrenaline when you use a channeled ability. So being able to hit a channeled ability's damage as damage over time means that you get that 16 adrenaline back, which is huge. Alright, now we're going to do this with the two-hander. We're going to eat this attack like we did with the dual wield. And we're going to see if we can maybe get an even better time. Whoops. I did not mean to take that hit. That was too bad. I'm actually really shocked I didn't just die. We might not make it. Whew. That was close. 126 hit points. Gracious. What is conc? Concentration? Greater concentrated blast. Oh, is that a mage ability? Yeah, okay. Are you maybe thinking of asphyxiate? Because that's the same, like, thresholds and stuff. I love asphyxiate. Easily one of my favorite skills. 100%. Well, I don't think I'm going to be getting any faster than we were right there. But we'll try without the flurry. Or did we already do it without the flurry? I don't even remember. Best in slot armor utilizes asphyxiate? Hell yeah. Yo, what's up, middle child? Long time no see. What's the KC looking like? We're actually doing pretty good. We already finished. I don't know if you were here for it, Cristocho, but yesterday, or maybe yeah, it was yesterday. We finished the collection at 116 KC, I believe. So this was my first collection at just over 100. I got the pet at 58, and then I got the harpoon, and then I got, yeah, now we're not even at 200 yet, and we've already doubled up on the other two items. So I'm feeling really good about it, if I'm being honest. Validate. What's up? It's been going phenomenally. We are having a lot of fun beating the shit out of the Flesh Hatcher. But I'm really happy to have my first completed log. Mining at the moment, trying to make 10,000 exquisite urns. Damn. That's a lot of urns. Yeah, I got the title on. I didn't know that I got a title. Everybody had to tell me so that I could put it on. I'm pretty stoked about it. Ooh, we might even beat our timer again. Come on. Nope. I pushed it a little too hard, trying to get the timer. All right, what are we at here? We were at like 196. 194, okay. Get 6 more kills in real quick before we call it. We got another half hour on our aura, so. I'm gonna stop trying to increase or get a personal best on the timer. We're just gonna kill him. Whoops. Did I like the new roadmap? I am so happy about the new roadmap. I think it's gonna be fantastic. Whoops. Free, so they're bringing the API, which is great. Right, fantastic decision. No complaints. They are giving rune metrics for free, which, fantastic. Super glad about that. We're getting the update to combat in February, which is way earlier than I thought it was going to be, which is fantastic. We're getting Haven Height, and they're rolling that out over a period of time, which is fantastic, and I think they're doing it in the right way. So it looks like the beginning of the year is going to be much more focused on bringing in new players and giving some new and early and mid-game stuff to do. And then later in the year is going to be, you know, the big end game boss and all that stuff. So I think they're definitely going about it the right way because this is a great opportunity for them to bring in some new players. So that's awesome, right? You've got the Flesh Hatcher, which is a great early mid-game boss. You've got that Dreadhog, looks like he's going to be dope. You got the big-ass ugly ogre dude with the big-ass femur club. That looks super dope. So yeah, really focusing on bossing mechanics and stuff for the early game is nice. They're really leaning into finding ways to give you more options for how AFK or how active you want to be about skilling. You know, they're getting the vines and stuff for woodcutting, and they're talking about making the Guthix caches just another skilling method instead of a daily. Getting rid of all the auras, I think is super important. Just so many good things. Tree. What are you talking about, tree? One day this game will be great. I mean, I think the game is great already. As a... Bloodwood Tree. Oh, okay. As a player who has been bouncing around through all the new MMOs for a decade, coming back and playing this has been such a breath of fresh air because it's rough out there. I mean, it's rough out there to be trying to be an MMO player in the modern environment. So maybe it's because I'm comparing to my more recent experiences and I never played this game like way back in the day. But I'm pushing 1,000 hours. I'm not even 3 months in. I'll have to go talk to Hans again. But I play this game all day, every day. It's stupid. I mean, you compare this game to like New World, to Throne and Liberty, to Ion 2, to all that shit. Like, I just can't. I had such high hopes for so many of those games, and they're all just so fucking bad. And then I come over here and I play this 25-year-old game with no graphics and a 0.6 second tick system. And this game is better than modern MMOs? That's pathetic. Dragon F, what's up? Started a fresh group Ironman, no clue what's been going on, but having an amazing time. Can't wait to get into bosses. Nice. If you're playing group Ironman, I am starting a project called the Group Ironman Games. And what we're going to do, I don't know if you've ever seen Soup RS has a video called the Gillinor Games. Does a series every year where he gets a bunch of other creators together and they do like a competitive like Survivor type thing. What we want to do is we want to take some of the game ideas from that and bring it to a broader audience by having group Ironman groups challenge each other to games. So like your group Ironman group could challenge other group Ironman groups to like a boss relay like they had in Gillinor Games. And then you could wager like say 500 cooked sharks or something like that. And then the winning team or teams would receive the wagered resource from the losing team or teams. Because you can leave group Ironman groups as long as you're not like competitive or highly ranked or something like that. You can just leave your group Ironman group and rejoin. So that's the Discord that I have linked on both of my channels, is to that group Ironman Games thing. We haven't really done anything with it yet because I'm a pretty small content creator, so we don't have enough people really to get it underway. But as we start adding more people to that, yes, you do lose your founder also. It is an imperfect system because Group Ironman wasn't really built to support something like this. So it's not, I mean, obviously you're going to have to not care about some of that competitive leaderboard stuff in order for it to be worth playing. But if we find enough people who, you know, don't care about some of the leaderboard stuff and stuff like that, then it'll work. Or maybe it's something that not enough people would be interested in. I mean, that's fine too. I'm not like super attached to it. Well, so it's not a competitive thing in the way that, you know, it's a different kind of competitive. It's like playing non-ranked in League of Legends instead of playing ranked in League of Legends. Right? You're still competing in each match that you go into, but you're not going overboard trying to like get up to Grandmaster rank or something, is how I would probably describe it. Moment-to-moment competition instead of long-term competitive goals. Ow. Asshole bonked me. Hey, another offhanded dragon sword. Booyah. Dude, I got so many dragon swords. Oh my god. 11 offhands, 12 dragon longswords. Balling out of control over here. No, I think it's 60. The main hand, at least, I think is 60. Yeah, 60k for the main. 60k for the off. Yeah, man. That's like a milli plus. Just in dragon longswords. You don't even realize I'm gonna be rich. Get assaulted. And then get decimated. Boom. And then get tendrils. I'm really enjoying kicking this boss's ass. Oh yeah, how's that? How can I get a new PB? Bring Dragon Battle Axe, go to Adrenaline Crystal, get 100... Oh, okay. I don't actually have a Dragon Battle Axe. So I can't do that. But absolutely. Absolutely. I am an Iron Man. Unfortunately, I cannot buy anything from the Grand Exchange. Because mama didn't raise no bitch. I can be a hermit and a hero. Thank you very much. I'm saving you all from boredom right now. If that's not heroic, I don't know what the fuck is. I just barely got out of that attack. Requires 80 Slayer. No! I'm gonna take this because I might get a PB. Oh, that was so close. Point 0.6 off. 1 tick off of my personal best. I mean, I'll get there eventually. It just takes me a while because I hate the quests. Still gotta do the quests. But that's 200 kill count on the Flesh Hatcher, which feels real good. I mean, so there are quests where the stories have been really good, and I've really enjoyed them. The thing that I don't like about the quests is a lot of times they try and obscure what you're trying to do just for the sake of making you run around and click a bunch of buttons. And it kind of annoys me. You know, I like the puzzles, I like the storylines, all of those things are great. But sometimes it'll be like, go to this town and figure out what to do. And then you talk to everybody in the town except the one person you were supposed to talk to that you weren't given any information about. And then you don't, you know. Does get better though. Guaranteed they're gonna rework the quest at some point. I hope so. Yeah, or invisible fucking levers that made me just straight up quit playing the other day. Because it wasn't even like you couldn't see the lever in the game, but then I even toggled my highlight and it wasn't highlighted either. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm out. This is bullshit. Yeah, I wanted to do all the quests without an aid. But I don't really think that's going to be possible. I've kind of started cheating using the wiki and stuff. Because I think if I want to keep my sanity, I'm just going to have to do that. I mean, I'll enjoy one small favor because y'all are going to enjoy watching me hate my life, and that's fine. Like I really enjoyed the Haunted Mansion one that William made me do like the second day I was playing this game. Because he was like, oh, it'll give you a really good ring. You totally want to do it as early as possible. And I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, so I was like, dur dur dur. And then 4 hours later, I finally got it finished. But that quest beat my ass. It was pretty hilarious. Real-time quest guides is a great thing to have. Been a lot of quests on release, but it's not exactly the same as having no guide since you have other players figuring it out with you. Yeah, so that's one of the things I'm really excited about, Grandmaster, for Havenheith, is getting to be there, like at the start of a new zone, to go race to like try and get the log for the new bosses first, and, you know, being some of the first people to beat the quests and all kinds of stuff like that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully no level restrictions for the new area or the new boss. I don't know if I hope there's restrictions or not. I mean, it's supposed to be early game stuff, right? So even if there are restrictions, they should be pretty low. Because the Flesh Hatcher is registered as a mid-game boss. So if they're planning on putting something that they're going to classify as an early game boss in Havenheim, then the requirements would have to be lower than the Flesh Hatcher. So the Flesh Hatcher required 40 dungeoneering, so even lower than that. So I'm sure it'll be easy to get in. But yeah, I'm super excited for it. I'm a little sad that it's so far away. I mean, we still got at least a couple of months. But we'll have the combat update in between now and then to keep us occupied. Once the combat update comes out, there's going to be a lot to keep occupied with, because all the bosses are going to have new... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have any problem getting into Havenheim. I mean, I've still got a couple of months anyway, and this is what I've already done in 2 months, so I should be able to get any requirements that I might need by then. So we're good. Not concerned. Let's go talk to Hans real quick, and then we'll end the stream. I'm sorry to bail on a couple of you who kind of just got here. This is normally the end of my stream, though. I stream for about 6 hours every day. I get started at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then I go for about 6 hours. But let's go talk to Hans. Where you at, you little fucker? Have you been here as long as me? I've been patrolling the castle for years. I remember you. You spent 30 days, 20 hours, and 45 minutes in the world since you arrived 72 days ago. So 740 hours? Yeah, 740 hours of playtime in a month and a half. Yes, yes it is. I have done little else in the past month and a half, or 2.5 months. It's been a really good time. Okay, that's boring. 8 days to get 99 attack. I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make it. Yeah, exactly. I don't go outside. Fuck outside. Fuck outside. There's other people out there. Who wants to deal with that shit? Not me. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Outside graphics sucks. Yeah, I mean, the gameplay's the worst. All the mechanics are pay to win. No fun. Alright, well, I think that's going to be the end of the stream today. I'm sorry that we didn't get a chance to spend a bunch of time with some of the new folks, or some of the people who aren't around a whole lot. But I hope that you all will come back and hang out with us again. We had a really great stream today. Lots of people in the chat. Killed the Flesh Hatcher a bunch of times. Just overall a lot of fun. So I hope everybody has a great rest of their day. And I will see you all on the next one, which will be tomorrow.